Hello. 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 Hair's doing weird things today. Hey, how's it going? We're back. We're back. Working on dystopika today. As we are every day. And, got a bit of annoying programming work to do, but, actually first, before I forget, I need to get some promo out now that I'm live. Discord in the wrong place. Let me just get a bit of promo out. Sorry. The second I start streaming, I got a whole bunch of Discord messages. All right, sorry, just getting some quick promos out here. Trying to be better about letting people know when I've gone live, and I've been really bad about that in the past. But we had a really nice day yesterday where we got a lovely raid from Journey for the Crown. Brought about 10 people over, which, as someone who's just starting to get in the groove of dev streaming, is very nice, very welcome. And I am hoping for something like that today. So, today I've got some work to do on the Blender spreadsheet. Just talking to an artist friend who's going to take a look at some art stuff and hopefully expand the tile set. So, yeah. gonna jump right in and start working on that. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do a full 4 hours today, just because I actually did do a lot of work last night and this morning. So I'm putting in a lot of hours and gonna take a bit of a breather later today, I think, but we'll see how it goes. So let's first, I am going to be cleaning up the Blender sheet a little bit, and that's because there's just a lot of old stuff in here that is no longer being used. And actually, I'm gonna just rename this very old, very old. So these are just all the building pieces from once upon a time, and I just need to do a bit of sorting on this. Sorry, I'm not super coherent today. I was in a like an hour and a half call this morning, and it's kind of trained my vocal cords. Size reference plates. But it's a lovely day here in Bali. It's exciting. That's probably why I'm going to head out later, a little bit earlier than usual. Some seeds. So I'm just going through a bunch of old Blender sheets. This has all the geometry that I've built in the past, and I'm wanting to switch that up. So, yeah, this is an old building. This is an old building. Silo. So I want to make a new collection. Tiled model. It's weird. I have a hard time talking about art process. Like programming, like I'm good at, but this is a bit harder. Favela source. Yeah. Okay, so the old tiled model. This one. This one. This one. One. This one. Wait, why did those not? Whoa, what did I mess up here? Hang on. Did I not move them to? Why is very old? What did I do here? Hang on. Don't save this. Why were things not showing up in the collection that I just made? So if you want to see kind of how some of the art is working in the game right now, it's just a lot of very simple geometry, and it's fully like Atlas textures, which has been fine, but I feel like I'm starting to hit the limits on what that can do. So why is this? Yeah, old. I'm gonna make a new collection called file model. So I'm just moving some of the assets I'm not working on anymore into here. So why? Okay, I'm not sure why that wasn't working before. Old model. Let's show silos in old model. Old model. 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 Very old. Favela source. Plates. Reference. Size. I don't think these are needed anymore. I'm just going to stick them in the old tile model. Okay, so then this also needs proc bits. Proc bits, I think, are still being used in a lot of places. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave these all in. But I might need to write a bit of a design document just to help out Stan. Open this up over here. Oh, let's not do that. Okay, so I think that's good in terms of cleaning this up. Probably do a bit of a document that I need to... Actually, let's do that. No, I'm going to hold off on that. I want to get into some programming. So that worksheet, good, done, out of the way. Awesome. I'll send that along later. So I think the first thing I need to do today is I need to wrap up the rotation tool. So if you're around yesterday, we put together I think the last of the major like tile manipulation tools. There's going to be some other tools to come soon, but once Unity gets underway here. But now we have this lovely rotation tool. It's very exciting. I'm excited. I'm still not super happy with the discoverability of it. We may need, like, when you hover over a tile, it gives you some indicators for where these tools are, and then it gives you a nice like hover state when you're over them. I'm just worried about the discoverability of, will players like understand what these things are? We even had some happy accidents, like the these dots. I didn't really pay much mind for the positioning of, but I kind of like how they're positioning and rotating, and I kind of like how they look too, with the ring being depth tested and the dots not. So that was like kind of a happy accident. I'm not super happy with the move tool right now, but I think that might just be because it's lacking like a hover state of some kind. So yeah, so the rotation tool is in, but something you'll notice is if I delete, and let's just add something in. So I've rotated it to face me, and undo, it just goes back to that. So the rotation doesn't get put into the undo and redo stack, which is what I want to do now. So let's go ahead and do that. Should be pretty straightforward because it's just going to be using the same pattern as the move tile command, which is, you know, it's debatable if I should put this in, like if I should make move and rotate like a single command, but I think just for following the pattern that I've set, I'm going to make it a separate command, and then I'll give me the most flexibility in the future. And I like the command pattern. The command pattern's great. So this is going to be the rotate tile command. Oh, and the other thing I want to add is right now it spawns all the buildings in at the same rotation, at 0 rotation. I at least want to just add rotation in 90-degree increments so that not everything faces the same way. So I'll probably add that as well, and probably adding snapping to the system as well. So like, I guess like snapping your rotation at 15-degree increments or something like that. Anyways, let's get underway. So I'm just going to copy and paste the move tile command entirely. It's basically going to work exactly the same. Actually, just on this side, bring up the rotator as a reference here. And this is now rotate tile command. Rotate tile command. Interesting. Rotation. So I think I want to store these as floats. So float, old position, float, new position, and change these as well. Actually, I'm just going to be right back. I'm just going to grab some water, just because my voice is already a little strained from meetings today. And I'll be back in a second. Okay, so grid move tile. So that's right. In the grid handler, there should be a move tile command, which is gonna be exactly the same as rotate tile. I would imagine rotation. So we're gonna look up the tile. Oh god, I got BRB on my face. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. Rotate tile. This is rotation. Try to get a component. We're actually going to get the tile rotator. And rotator. And rotator. Rotator dot rotate. Rotate. Rotation. And I think in this scenario, like if it doesn't get the rotator, I don't think it should work. Hang on. I think this should just be a debug log warning. No tile rotator component on tile. Yeah, and I think we'll just do that like that, and then grid, rotate tile. With the execute, so this is the new position. I'm actually just going to rename these. Old position, old rotation. Okay, let's call this old rotation Y. New rotation Y. Just because I don't think there is a scenario where I don't think there's a scenario where a tile is going to get rotated on any other axis than Y. Like, it's just going to be spinning like this. Like, I don't think you're going to tumble a building. You're not going to roll a building or anything like that. So you're just going to, what was that? Yaw? Yaw? Yaman. So rotate tile, new rotation Y. Why does it not like that? Oh, because it needs the ID. And then this is just going to be the same, I think. Rotate tile. Okay, so actually we need to clean up this. So we actually need to make this reflect what this command is now, and it's taking in two floats. Actually, I want to look at the tile, rotate tile state again. Where does it get the original rotation? Okay, so it does take it from the Euler angles. I just had a momentary scare where I wasn't sure how it was getting the original rotation and if that was going to have like a nice history of all the rotations if I start setting an initial rotation on it. Basically, I've just wanted to make sure I wasn't assuming that the rotation was going to be 0 at the start and that the system would accommodate for any rotation. Okay, so we got the rotate tile command. So now I want to go to, I think it's the game installer where I'm starting my command factories. So you can see there's the edit tile height command, which a title I'm not happy about, but whatever. So it's going to be taking a float and a float again, and it's going to be rotate tile command and the rotate tile command factory. So now we can go back here, and where's the rotate tile state? Oh yeah, so now I need to swap out the rotate tile command factory. Rotate factory. So the reason these are done in a factory is so that the grid handler gets injected. I happen to like these command factories patterns for these player actions, just because it's, I don't know, it makes it easy to leverage the dependency injection to get the things that I want instead of having to pass them all through the constructor. I don't know. To each their own, I guess. Okay, so the rotate tile state. So we got the rotate factory. So basically this was from the move command, and now we just need to bring it back in. So I don't think we care about this math absolute anymore. Actually, that's kind of weird. That wasn't from the move command. That's okay. So we'll call this the rotation rotate factory. There's the tile data. Okay, so this is the okay, wait. Okay, so I think file data. So I think I want the original rotation.y, new rotation. This is rotation command. So the new rotation should be the origin rotation, data new rotation. I think I just want to cache this. Hang on. Rotation value. Rotation value 0. I think. Oh, wait a minute. This goes away. Rotation value, so do the player action, which is rotation command. I don't care about this anymore. Okay, it does reset the origin to the new Euler angles. It resets rotation value to 0. Start. It's okay, I think this makes sense. So let's see if this works. So just to recap, what we're trying to do is get the new rotation tool into the undo and redo stack, which I'm doing with this command pattern. So you make up these commands, you put all the data into it. Hey, here's the tile I want to act on. Here's how much it's rotating on. It goes into a player action service that maintains a stack of all the commands, which you can then, when the player hits undo, you can pull from, and I can trigger this undo, which reverses it. So it's actually become pretty easy to put new actions into that stack with the command pattern, which I'm very happy with. Okay, so we're gonna make a tile. I'm just gonna elevate it. So right now, like, it's like pointed right at me. I'm gonna rotate it so the face is facing me, and I should be able to hit undo, and it goes back. And now I should hit undo again. It loses the elevation. Hit undo again, it loses the tile. Tile is back. Elevation, rotation. Wait, was that the right rotation? Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna start again. I just want to make sure that these rotations are still correct. So place a tile, and that goes into the ground tile. No, tiles. So no rotation. We're moving it to 48 and elevating it. So this should go unelevated, rotation 0, gone. Bring it back. Rotation 0. This should go to 48. Elevation's back. There we go. All right. So the undo stack is working as intended. So now let's move on to the next thing, which is I want to add just a little bit of a random rotation to tiles when they are created. There are some questions about how I want to do this though. So right now, if I place a bunch of tiles, so you can see all these like double towers are facing the same way. They're in the same orientation. And what I'd like is to have some of them maybe rotated just 90 degrees, like 90, 180 or 270, just so, you know, they're still sort of oriented to a grid, but at least like you get a bit of variation. So this is an interesting problem. it's easy to implement. It's just a matter of how much configurability do I want to have in setting which ways a tile can be oriented. I don't know if there is a scenario where I wouldn't want a tile, like, I wouldn't want to say, like, oh, this tile can't be started oriented 90 degrees, because tiles are viewable for all angles. I have no idea where the player's camera is going to be. So we have to make the art, the art has to work in all directions. So I don't think, so like one of the possibilities is I could just be like setting this up to be allowed rotations is blah, blah, blah. I don't know how I would do this exactly. I don't think I need to do that. I don't think I need to do that. So I think the easiest thing to do would be to go into the tile rotator. Let's do a serialize field private vector 3 start rotations, and I should have initialized in here. Yeah, so initialize should be if tile or what did I call that? What the hell did I just call that? Start rotations. That makes sense. If start rotations length is longer than 0, that might be an unnecessary check, but if it's less than 0, or it's greater than 0, transform dot rotation equals quaternion Euler start rotations get random. I think that's all there is to it. So now I can go back here. I'm actually really enjoying this like deep progressive techno mix. I've been on a real like drum and bass trip lately, especially like old school video game drum and bass. But I've missed like just four to the floor kind of like meditative techno. Makes me want to like put some techno in the game. Anyways. Oh, actually, wait a minute. I should probably be using this, but yeah, like it's kind of awkward. In some places, I'm just talking about rotations as Y because you don't need to rotate anywhere else. So I think maybe I'm gonna just do this as an array of float start Y rotations. That means I can do this. I can do just rotate start Y rotations, get random. This might be a redundant check, but that's fine. And that's good, because, yeah, I have to update the container's data as well. Yeah, data is basically the container, so there is certain, like, tile data that needs to be stored, not just, like, serialized on the game object or whatever. Because, like, when you destroy a tile, I need to maintain that information, and it's also the information that'll be serialized into the save file. So I do need to maintain some underlying data. I don't think I need... Well, actually, I do want to do... Do I want to do this? So right now, there is an on tile moved. Do I want this to also have an on tile rotated, or should, yeah, let's just on tile rotated, tile rotated, on tile rotated, and tile rotator. On tile moved dot invoke. Just doing a check in case there's nothing there. Eli, hello, welcome back. Good to see you again. How are you doing today? Okay, let's see if these random rotations, well, actually I need to hook them up first. So this is on the tile container. And so now we should have like 0, let's do 90, let's do 180, let's do 270. Okay. Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay, hang on. Yeah, so it looks like it's rotating them. Hang on. It keeps giving me the building I don't want. So let's just... Oh, whoops. Yeah. Sorry, Sublime has different commenting shortcuts for me than Rider. Okay, cool. Yeah, so these are orienting themselves in different positions now. And let's just make sure that's still playing nice with the rotate tool. No complaints on mobile right now, so my typing is going to be slower. What are you working on today? I am just finishing up the rotation tool from yesterday. So I basically just got it fundamentally working. Like, hey, I've got a tool appearing and I can rotate, and that's cool. Now I just need to do like the sort of the boring stuff, which is make it so when I rotate a tile and then I go hit undo, it undoes it. So I just have to add it to a bunch of other systems to keep track of. But I think that's done. So if I rotate this tile, it should undo. Yeah. So I think that's all working now. I think what I just wanted to double check is it's doing the right, it's the right angle, and it's not playing a trick on me. So right now the rotation is 180, and I'm going to rotate it to just minus 85. So if I rotate this back to 180, removes the tile, tiles back in, it's at minus 180, redo it, or do it again, minus 85. Cool. So that's all working. So I think the last thing I want to do for the rotation tool is I need to be careful of getting into a bunch of snapping tool bugs. I fixed some of them yesterday, but ooh, what was that? Oh, it's so tempting to fix some of these snapping tool bugs, but I'm not sure if snapping is gonna make it or not. Hang on, it looks like there's some snapping on this already. 2636. Oh yeah, so it must already be snapping the cursor position, which is already creating a snapping on the rotation. Problem is, I don't know if that's the increments that I want. Hang on, let's go back to the rotate tile state. Yeah, because it's probably taking... probably snapping somewhere. Yeah, get rotation cursor dot-snap input. Yeah, snap. It's wild how much coding goes into a feature I thought was so simple. Yeah. I mean the a lot of games don't have undo and redo, so it's kind of a unique problem just for this game, or it's more of an application. I'm also just doing a lot of like normal QA type things, just sort of validating that it's working as intended and it's not like a mirage. Like I haven't accidentally stumbled into it and it's actually not working in some edge cases. But yeah, I would say that's the story of this project. Simple things becoming very complicated. So the rotation position point X. Rotation position round to integer. Yeah, I think this just becomes the rotation position, and new rotation X, or if snap rotation new rotation dot X divided by 15, I think, or just the plain rotation. I think that'll add snapping back in, or like snapping at the increments that I want. I'm a little worried that I'm not sure if I use this or not. Do I use new cursor position? Input data. I don't. So that might actually be just fine. Okay. Bring you up here. Let's look at the tile. So turning snapping on. And I still need to fix a bunch of things. Snapping tool, why are you being the problem? Okay, so that is not what I want. Which makes sense, right? So that's just gonna give me another float value. Hang on. I feel like this is in code I've written already, that I'm just looking for. What? Ow. Look at that. Or I could just do a method round. Okay, let's try that. Snapping, snap, new rotation. Dot X snapped to 15. Cool. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that method. Snapping.snap. That's cool. So how do you hunker down while traveling? I mean, I kind of have the benefit of where I have like a home base with my partner, and I can sort of come here and I can like nest a little bit and like have a monitor, and I don't need to run around too much. I find like rhythm and familiarity goes a long way. So like when I'm in a city that I don't know too well, I find my coffee shop and I try to just make my daily routine to go and start my morning the same way. even if it's and like build that familiarity. Like even just in the last like couple weeks, I've been in the habit of just going for coffee every morning and coming back and working, and I find that rhythm helps me in just finding that familiarity and building sort of that habit that makes everything feel familiar. But it's still like really hard. Like there is still always those first couple of days in a new city where you got to figure out like where do I eat, where do I get caffeine, where do I get alcohol, so where do I get internet, like all those. You need to look after your sort of like base needs, and then you can get into a rhythm. But it's hard hunkering down still. I guess I'll have to figure that out. It'll be interesting trying to go to Da Nang in a couple of weeks. It'll be the first time I've been in a new city in a while, just because I've just been bouncing around familiar cities for a few months now. And it'll be a new workspace, new living situation for a couple of weeks. So that'll be interesting to see how that pans out. But yeah, the first thing I'll probably do is just find a good co-working space I like and a coffee shop I like, and just start my routine and wait until it sticks. Snapping. What? This is a mess. That. Is this snapping method even working? New rotation at X, snap 15. Hang on. What am I actually snapping here? Debug, log, new rotation.x. Just want to see what the hell's this? Rotation equals rotation? Don't think I need that. Do you ever get game ideas in your travels? Hell yeah. I mean, this, like, dystopika itself, like, kind of took shape when I was in, started the first inklings of it when I was in Hanoi, and I was staying in the old quarter for a month, which is a very, like, super dense urban environment. And then I went to Osaka like a month later, and which is another like super dense urban environment, different types, but I think it sort of set in motion like just making a game about cities, like dense cities. Originally, like, I started this out as like a super like cute aesthetic game. Like it was gonna be like a cat tower builder. Like you made like all these like cat furniture pieces and cats would run around on it. Again, I was just trying to make like a silly casual game I could do quickly. But it was after like being in Osaka and Hanoi that like I was like, no, like Cyberpunk is like my like when I sit down and start making stuff, it's always Cyberpunk, and I should just do something in that style. So that's kind of how it came up. But yeah, it was inspired by, you know, the cities I was staying in when I first came to Asia. And then probably Bangkok too. That came a little bit later. That was this summer. Hope you're not distracting me with your question. Nope, not at all. It's I've got my focus work time when I'm doing other stuff and don't want to be distracted. I do that off stream. This is like lighter tasks, just some light bug hunting and stuff, doing some art. This is the fun stuff, and I'm happy to be distracted and answer questions and things. Right, I wanted to see what values I'm looking at here, because it feels like this snapping.snap is not doing what I want. Oh, because these aren't 3 values. What's the most random, unexpected bug you encountered? Ooh. On this game, I don't think there's anything been like there hasn't been anything too crazy on this game yet. I don't know. Hang on. Let me just jump and see if there's anything fun in the screenshots folder. I think, yeah, there was just something going on with this. What was this one? Yeah, like I don't know if anything like super crazy hilarious. It was just lots of fighting rotations for the camera, and the camera going to weird places and trying to figure out where the hell it had gone. But no, it's actually been a pretty like as expected project, apart from just like minor math errors. I mean, I guess any sort of silly bug is a minor math error. Yeah. I think the only like seriously confusing thing that I encountered was the tile like placement math was wrong. So you'd like click and place a tile and then it wouldn't work. But it took me a while to figure out, like, I thought it was like just a problem in creating the tile, but it was actually just that it was creating it in a completely different coordinate space and it was like way off in infinite, like 9,999 by 9,099. It was just so far off the grid I never saw it. I think like that ate up a day. And it was something super obvious too that I should have seen, but sometimes the strangest glitches happen, like changing a color makes a boss invincible. Yeah. Yeah, like there's definitely where was it? I think it's like in the wireframe shader. Yeah, like so I have this wireframe shader for delete to highlight the object you're deleting. And what is that? I think delete. And it's just got a weird thing in the shader where like the how can I demonstrate this quickly? I'll go put it on here. Look at tile. Oh, that's of course in trying to demo a small glitchy bug, I found a small glitchy bug. Anyways, there's just certain things in like this where like the alpha is backwards. Like I have to put it 0. Actually, yeah, like this 0 alpha, it's fully visible. Full alpha is invisible, like that's backwards, and that was tripping me up for a while. It's just something that's inverted in the shader and I'm too lazy to fix it. The mapping sounds painful. Yeah, like that's usually where I get caught up, just because I'm self-taught from a programming standpoint. Like my degree is in theater, so I don't have the math background for a lot of things. So whenever I'm trying to do something like camera movement or like coordinate systems, anything that's like vector math, I don't know. I tend to struggle with it a little bit. Like architecture and logic I'm pretty good at now. It's just, yeah, when I've got to like, I want the rotation to match the mouse cursor as it moves across the screen, and I have to move it through all these coordinate spaces to make that happen, and I have to do like vector math and like a dot product. Sure, we'll try it. Uh, yeah, there I tend to get stuck. It's actually been great though. Some people have come on stream into the chat and like helped me out when I was struggling with it for the like the elevation tool had a bunch of things that I was really struggling with just to make this happen and follow the mouse cursor. Yeah. Okay, so this is not where I want to do the snapping. So where do I want to do the snapping? Rotation value. Yeah, like this is the actual. So I think this needs to be snapping.snap. Or wait a minute. How do I want to do this? Let's just do cursor. Snap input. No need for like a ternary fanciness thing. Okay, so this is just gonna be. Actually, this is even simpler. I'm doing this no matter what. Don't need the else, and this is just gonna be rotation value equals snapping.snap rotation value to 15 float. I think this does the same thing. I don't think I need the snap check here. This is just this. And I think that might be fine. Yeah, let's just see if that works. And it doesn't need this anymore. I would say that this project though is like I'm not a bad programmer. Like I'm actually pretty good. Like I've actually been the technical director, but this has been like from start to finish, like a very intense programming project, way more complicated than I thought. And like, I would say like I've doubled my programming ability on this project. It's cool. Just a lot of things I didn't plan on dealing with when I started it. Okay, so place the tile, turn snapping on. There we go. That's 15-degree increments. Love it. Actually doesn't look that different. Maybe it should be 45-degree increments. Maybe I should also not make this a magic number. Snapping increment 45. And where did I do that? Snapping increment. I bet you've learned so much that the cat game will be easy now. Yeah, that's like my like secret backup plan. Like if this game bombs commercially, like I can repurpose all of this tech and just put it into like just a simple casual cat sim that will sell millions, I'm sure. Cozy cute games are hot shit right now. So yeah, that'll be a good backup. But I think like that's what's also been really exciting for this project, but also made it go on a bit longer than anticipated is like I think getting good as an indie developer is building up like a good technical foundation for just like menus and toolbars and save systems and like changing resolution. Like once you have that technical foundation and it just works, the iteration speed gets so much faster. Like you can just start a game and like have all that stuff up and running very quickly. So a big part of this project has just been like assembling my technical foundation for this sort of new indie game life that I'm leading. But, you know, slow and painful now, fast to accelerate future work. And it's already paying dividends. Like, I'm able to quickly add features like, oh, rotate tool, cool, give me a day, and it's in. Bunch of new buildings, cool, give me like a day, and they're in. Rather than sort of like, I have to stop and figure out like, oh wait, to do that I need to do this, but to do that I need to do this, and you get in this whole chain reaction of problems. Now it's the iteration speed is faster just because so many of the underlying systems just work. Oh yeah, I was testing the 45-degree snapping. Yeah, I think it's a more natural snap. The snapping grid is jumping all over the place though. I need to work out a better way to do that. But I think I'm gonna deprioritize that because it's creating so many edge cases that I'm almost to the point where it makes sense to remove it. For demo, at least. Actually, hang on. I want to try something. Maybe the easiest way is just turn. I just want to see what it's like if I turn that off and continue to snap things. Wait, why does that behave weirdly? That's not what I expected. Oh, this isn't snapping anymore. Maybe that's why it feels weird. Huh. Like, maybe it's just instead of, like, the visuals, no, it's still jumping around in a weird way. Do I want to fix this now? So sorry, just to not mumble program, like just this snapping visualization, like it creates this little grid visualization, which I need to change, but it gets confused a lot. Like if I switch to rotation, like it sort of flickers around a little bit, and if I go to move, it flickers back, and I know what's causing that. It's a bigger problem. It's going to require some thought. It's a gap in how this grid cursor works and thinks about targets. Yeah, I'm not sure how I want to do this. Well, in the meantime, let's just remove some of these debug logs. I think I just added one on rotate tile state. Or did I? Did I? I guess not. Scary thing is, I don't know what I want to tackle next after this. No, yeah, I still have a rotation value come from somewhere. Get out of my life. Actually, we can also get rid of these debug lines, because I've got that all working now. Okay. Rotation. E. Cool. Well, I think I want to just pop over to Jira and just update some of the things I've done. Okay. I mean, this bug still exists, but I'm not going to deal with it yet. Tile rotation tool. Done. Actual buildings. Refactor of game toolbars. Cockpit generator. Oh yeah, so I need to think about the hollow add tool, which if you haven't seen the game previously, like there's all these billboards that used to pop up everywhere, and I want to bring that back in, but previously they've been randomly generated. So just when you place a building, there's a bunch of things randomly generated to decorate that building. There's like random where's a good screenshot? It's like random like antennas. So each building has unique antennas on the roof. There's bridges, there's like helipads. And I don't know if I want it to be fully random anymore. Like I want to give players some control. But I don't know how much control. So where my current thinking is at is like I place a tile, I place a building, and that building already knows what a sort of holographic ad layout is. So we go and tell it where it's allowed to have billboard ads and where it's not. And I'll just color these. So the building has billboards, or like predefined locations for billboards. But when it spawns in, we don't turn them on. Like we have the positions. And then the player, I don't know, like has a brush of some kind, maybe like a light brush. And as they paint over the map, when something crosses over, it turns on those billboards. That way you can sort of like paint where you want the billboards. So that trying that system rather than like a tile is blank, and I select from like my menu bar, like, oh, I want these, and then I can place these wherever I want and then move them around. It's the moving around that I'm worried about from a design standpoint, because like I have to set up some constraints, right? Like you can only move it along faces that make sense. But then also depending on the building, on like the tile you're placing it on, it could like have, I don't know how to describe this. It could have like a part of the building facing out, and if I go to place a billboard like in the middle or whatever, like it could potentially clip through the geometry of the building you're placing it on, unless I'm doing a bunch of things to prevent that, which just seems like a fucking headache and a half. So what I'm thinking is instead that like the predefined locations, so you don't need to worry about the user place them overlapping. They're just turning them on in groups with a brush. So you get to decide where they are in a general sense, like where you want light in your city, but you're not placing each individual billboard. And then like we can place these to like wrap around whatever other building geometry is going on. Like we get a lot of control over like each building and how they implement billboards without trying to do like a procedural logic for constraints. It's sort of the constant struggle of this project. It's how much control to give the user, how much of the art is like bespoke versus how much is procedural, and how much like margin for error we're comfortable with. I even actually already came up with like the art for what this brush would look like. Like this little dome thing. This might be too big actually, but just sort of painting. Except I guess this doesn't really handle the vertical, or maybe it does. Just yeah, painting where I want light. Yeah, so I don't know. This is something I asked the Discord community for the game about last night. They had some ideas. It was actually surprising. I thought they would want like total control. So I guess the other question is, should it be as simple as on off? Like I move the brush over it, these now turn on? Or is there granularity to it? Like instead of the hang on. Instead of it being like collision points, each of these, like maybe it's just the tile itself. Like I brush over the tile and then it has like an opacity. So if like I brush over it once, it maybe turns on like 1 or 2. Like this is now at like 0.5. And then if I mouse over it again, this goes up to 1. And now it like turns on more. Like it'll turn on all of the billboards on that object. And I guess there's like a question of like the brush normal as well. Like if we go to a side view and there's like a bunch of billboards here. Like if I brush on this side, it probably shouldn't turn on the billboards on the other side. It should only be when I brush on this side of the building. So whatever this like value, this tile illumination value is, it almost needs to be like a vector 3, like it needs to be a normal of some kind, or like the normal of this contributes to this. Actually, that might be interesting. So like I know the normal of all these billboards, and these billboards check the normal, the illumination normal of the tile to know which directions. I guess this isn't really a normal though, because it's more than one direction. It's like yeah, it's like a two-dimensional normal or something. I don't know what to call it. So until like this axis is filled up, these don't turn on. I do kind of like. What do I kind of like? What do I kind of like? What feels better? Brushing over. Brushing over where I want things. Actually, hang on. This is actually a bit more complicated because a lot of the buildings are going to be like this. So I think in like the larger buildings, brushing over the specific colliders. How would I do this? Would I implement this as colliders and just do like a physics raycast sphere? Or is there like a better way I can do this? Like I brush over. If I have a whole building. Billboards. And I brush over. I'm just hesitant to have like a bunch of colliders because if it's all the potential billboards on everything, I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be colliders. It could just be physical points in space, and like I could be like, hey tile, I'm colliding with you, so do the physics raycast sphere on the tile itself, which already has a collider no matter what, for interaction. A lovely square. And saying, hey, I'm at this point. So I'm at this point. And my radius is this. And then give me all, and then this will have the tile will have a list of all of these center points without colliders, just like game object transform position. Give me all the points in that radius. And then turn them on. I think that makes the most sense so far. Because then you'll have that nice like granularity of like, oh, I'm brushing this part of the building, so these two turn on. I brush these on, these turn on. I mean, also the problem with this is like, do I need to incorporate like a brush size? But okay, so I do think billboards placed bespoke on each tile represents a list of hollow core positions. Light brush activates them. It's on, off only, no granularity. File data remembers which indexes are active. I suppose this also needs to do some stuff on the ground. So there's a second tile system on the ground of non-interactive tiles, but they can also have lights. So maybe this is where I do like the fancy like vertical hollow billboards. So if I paint the ground, it'll send something to the grid map, the G map. And I can configure some light density prefabs to spawn. So this would be a separate density map. What does that look like right now? I go grid handler. Where am I spawning the grid tiles? Populate ground tiles. So they go into a grid map and ground tile handler. Density map, density member map. Yeah, I could just do another map in here. It's integer. I'm trying to remember why I made that an integer. Like why the key is an integer. It must be mapping to an array somewhere. Density value for each. Yeah, wait a minute. Why am I using an integer for that? Anything else I'm doing with density member map? -1. Ooh, I don't remember why I do that. Well, that'll be a fun exploration. I go back in to this code. Density member map is an integer and a density value. What is density value? The zone and the density. Foundation. Yeah, this is curious. I'm not sure why I did it this way. Or if I just half built something and didn't replace the old stuff. Because it's all my usages of density member map. New dictionary for each member in the density map. Contains key. So value. Like I'm not using this key at all. Oh. Oh, what? Oh, right. Okay, I know what this is. It's just... I thought this was like identifying the zone. Sorry, there's... Whatever. There's a zone called foundation. And then as you build tiles on it, it takes in like, oh, you've built an industrial tile on me. And so it maintains all these like industrial densities. Oh, my industrial density is this level. My commercial density is this level. I thought it was like that zone based. What this actually is, it's the tiles that have contributed to that tile's density. And it was just confusing because it was an integer, because I'm, for some reason, I guess it makes sense, but I'm taking the tile's ID and turning it into the hash code, which I guess is fine. I think it's probably because this was a hash set at one point or something. Anyways, it's working, so I'm not gonna fuck with it. but it probably needs another separate density map like this, just for special light objects. Okay. I think that makes sense. So I think I don't know, I think the billboard implementation actually, yeah, it looks like this. Like you have this brush, this sort of spherical brush, you paint over the geometry that's there, and it just activates, it just increases the light level. No, it just activates these points, turns them on or off. I think that's all this is. And then there's a second system for the ground tiles where you can turn it on and it will spawn sort of independent vertical billboards that don't need to be attached to a building. And I have some of those, but it'll also spawn like the volumetric light particles. Yeah, so the ground map needs to have another density layer for light, which is good. That's a good precedent because I want that to also have a density map for where we do roads potentially. I don't want to broadcast that we're doing roads. It's sort of down the roadmap, but I'm trying to not shoot myself in the foot and still be able to do these things. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm actually going to start implementing. No. What am I going to do? So there's this tool, but I think to do this, I need to build another system that was on my to-do list, which is rock bit generator. Oh, this is basically a simpler version of, like, these are proc bits. So proc bit is my like verbiage for stuff that decorates the building. Like you create a building, there's a raw geometry there, but we don't want it to be the same geometry every time. So there's a bunch of things you can decorate it with. Like, oh, there's a 50% chance there's an antenna here. There's a 25% chance there's like a helipad here. And that'll probably be the foundation for these hollow boards, which are also like proc bits. They're not a chance-based proc bit, they are a tool-based proc bit. But I think doing like the 50% chance of an antenna is a simpler starting point. Like I think I need that foundation for this anyway. So I think I'm gonna start there after just a quick break to refill my water, go to the bathroom, do all that fun stuff. Okay. Just quickly catching up on a few things that came up while I was working. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Oh, this mix is almost over. Should just start up a new one right now. All right. So we are starting a new feature. Or should I say we are bringing back an old feature. Where to begin? So I first just want to look at something that I was thinking about. I randomable from the list. Okay. And it's an interface. The problem is I can't. Every day I regret not bringing Odin into the project, and it's too late. Odin like serializer, so I can do things like serialize interfaces. But I guess in this case I may not have to. So grid, how's this gonna work? This is gonna be a procbit candidate. I'll probably just use, yeah, this is what it was called before. I'm just going to use that. So this is just going to be a mono behavior and randomable from list. There we go. This is just, it's an interface for doing weighted random when these are put in a list. So what I would do then is probably go back to the tile asset. Yeah, this has to be the tile asset. And serialize field. Public. Actually, I don't know if this needs to be public, but leave it that way for now. And this is going to be procbit candidate list. And we're going to initialize bits with C. Yeah, with a seed. So Unity engine dot random dot, what is it, init state seed just when it randomly generates these proc bits from a list. I just Unity random needs, or Unity engine random needs to be seeded the same way, so that when we restore save files, it rolls the tile the same way based on this, the tile identifier. Initialize proc bits. So how do I want to do this? Because it's not just going to be selecting one from a list. I think this needs to have a float. What's the name of this? I want this to be a range of between 0 and 1. Procbit threshold. Let's make this 0.5 now. So what I want this to represent is if I've got a list of 10 proc bits. Wait a minute. Is this going to work the way I think it is? If I have a list of 10 proc bits, I want to have half of them. But I don't think I want it to be that rigid. Like, Like, I don't think it's 50% every time. I think it's like this well, probability. Return. Should these... Excuse me. I'm just debating if I should have something different. Like, should this be a mono behavior, or should I set this up as just a public class, like a child class over here? Candidate. It doesn't even need a descriptor more than that, and then serialize. No, serialize. A goal. And this would be a game object. Game object, and public float. Probability. And this would implement iRandomable from list. Return random range 0f 1f times probability times scale. I don't know if scale is going to matter here. This also is going to be range 0 to 1f. Then I don't think I need this class, really. And all this decorative candidates. So initialize the proc bits. So for each of our candidates in decorative, actually, let's make this its own. Initialize except I don't think I'm actually getting this tile asset on lookup. So I think this might lead to a bit of refactoring on the tile container and the tile dynamic collider and the dynamic asset. I think I don't really have a consistent way to access this tile asset when it's loaded in. So that might be a bit of a refactor. So for each candidates, if candidate dot roll probability is greater than the proc bit threshold, skip that. Candidate dot game object dot set active. We can maybe do like a bit of fanciness to like do construction animations in the future, but for now we'll just turn the game object on and off. So if it meets this threshold, oh wait, so this is actually going to, depending on if it's 0.1, that means more objects are going to spawn because the objects will more often roll over that. So this is actually the opposite, 1 minus R threshold. So yeah, all this decoration amount. Okay, I think that makes sense. So now let's go and figure out what how I'm gonna do this tile asset container handler. Yeah, I don't see a tile asset anywhere. So I think maybe I can do this all within tile dynamic asset. This getting the tile asset? Yes, it is. Okay, so I think this might be as simple as asset.initialize with the container data ID hash code. I think that might be the whole thing, short of doing animation and stuff for construction. Shoot, I should. What was this? 1, 1, 1. I'll come back to you, Mr. Tool. First, I want to, let's go into the test asset where it is 3 art resources files. Okay, so let's try and set this up on this guy for now. Okay, actually I want to just flip around these two values. I should have done already. Just actually oh, is that not? Hang on. My brain is forgetting what the space. Oh no. Is it? I forget what it was. Unity inspector attribute space. No, it's space attribute. It's just, is it pixels? Okay, it was pixels. So let's, where are they hiding? Both cockpits. I'll have to move these around a little bit, but oh yeah, there was like sub cockpits, like it can be one of several things. So there are maybe situations where I want to pick one from a list, but let's just stick with this for now. So let's see, let's do antenna set. this was the old one. So let's unpack. Okay, let's just do a couple of these. Okay, that's maybe. Let's go. I'm gonna have to prefab these at some point. That's fine. Do this short one. Oh, these also all have. Shoot. Have these old construction and destruction effects on them. Okay, well, I guess it's time to just do prefab. New prefabs. We'll call it cockpits. Yeah. Prefab, unpack. A tall one. These. Prefab. I think I just wanted one more tall. Maybe that's fine. We'll try it out. Well, this is just proof of concept for the system. So, should be able to elements here. What do I have? 5. And first thing I want to change is just I want this to default to maximum. This guy, let's just set these all to max. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Save that. Save that. Actually, I want one more cell tower. And I just need to hook that up. I think. Cell tower is the second one. Maybe move this guy a little bit. Okay. Save you. And I think that should be everything. Yeah. what is this one? This one, so if I went back and went to the vision and move this up all the way, it won't roll all of them. They still have to, actually no, it would roll all of them. Yeah, sorry, it is going to roll all of them. Yeah. It's rolling all of them every time. I don't know if those big towers fit. Don't think those big towers fit. I think I want to save those for the bigger buildings. Okay, so let's get rid of the tall boys. Let's just... Oh, there's a short one down here that I didn't add. Okay, well, let's maybe up there. And go up. Cell tower, let's maybe duplicate you. Actually, no. The cell tower should be rare. Flip you around. We'll cheat this just a little bit. Make sort of a custom little shape here. Okay, so now I need to go plug these back in. So this is actually a little clumsy. This maybe is where I need to improve the editor tooling. So hang on, I'm just gonna delete, 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 so I can go down the list. Boom, boom. Boom. Let's bring this down to half again because I think that was good enough. Save this. And let's see. Whoa. Okay. Why did that break the rotation? Okay, so maybe just a little bit of if candidate equals null, continue. And maybe I should consider putting these in a try catch at some point, but I think it's fine for now. I did not save that. There we go. Okay. Okay, there we go. Our null ref is gone. Yeah, those are varied a little bit. I would even be tempted to bring that down a little bit, like bring that to here. Okay. Oh, I'm still getting like a lot of them sometime. Okay, so I want to test and see. Okay, so this one just has the one antenna right there. So I'll make sure if I elevate it and bring it back, yeah, it stays the same. It doesn't re-roll, so the seed is working properly. Love it. So let's try it on elevation 2. This antenna. Let's bring in this guy. And this one can definitely use the tall ones. couple of these. And maybe just a short one as well. Even 2 short ones. Okay. Yeah, I wish there was a way I could just get maybe I can actually. It may not be the coolest tool editor ever. If get cockpit target RH bar child and get asset dot get components children transform. Or actually, I think you can just do asset dot transform. 90% sure that'll just give you child transforms. Or actually, I think you can cast it. Yeah, that looks right. So for each child, if child.gameObject.name contains proc-bit. Wait, I need a new list. GameObject proc-bits equals new 16. Proc-bits add child.gameObject. This should be at the start. Or not at the start, rather. Okay, so this still needs to set 30. And I want to do asset or target dot asset dot decorative candidates equals proc-bits to array. Set dirty. Ooh, why do you not like that? Game object to candidates. Oh. Tile asset dot candidate. New candidate. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay. Not super great. It requires it to be named a certain way, but for the sake of what I'm doing now, it lets me work a bit faster. Let's try this out. Okay, get proc-bit. Nope. Reach child. Get components in. Maybe let's just try asset.get components in children. Let me just try to do it this way, just to make sure I'm getting what I want. I could make like maybe just the way I was doing it is only returning first layer children, so it's not getting everything. Oops, no, don't. Shoot. Here. There we go. I like it. It'll stomp anything I had before, but oh, where did the cube go? Okay, it's still there. That's weird. Okay, so let's see how this behaves. So that tile, we've got one little lonely antenna. Raise it up, it spawns two. They just haven't put one on 3 yet. Which we can do now. I'm just gonna do the exact same layout. And we can go back here and I can do get proc bits. Save, 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 save. Okay. Oh yeah, actually that's kind of neat. If it uses the same configuration on the highest elevation, it'll be continuous. It won't flip them out. So that might be something to keep in mind as I build these groups. It does seem to be picking all of them though. Do another one. It's still varying it. Cool. Whoops. There's still a bit of like hitch in the movement when I go to move a tile. Like, just feel like I'm missing it sometimes. Like, I think it's just you feel like the circle is the usable area. You like, oh, I just want to click that and move it. So I think I just need to make the circle smaller, or maybe do the same thing I'm doing with the rotation, where the dots are taking the boundary, like the collider size in the account. Like the dots are like far out there, which is actually kind of weird. Actually, no, it's not, because it's like on an incline, but they're inside the circle here. Cool. Okay, so some proc bits happening. That's exciting. Everything else seems to work. Oh, so hang on. Now I need to just do a bit of a structured check of undo and redo. So place tile, we've got no antenna, no antenna, no antenna. That's weird. Okay, this one, no antenna, some antenna. Maybe the threshold's too low. Anyways, antenna, one antenna. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. So we want to just end up with one little antenna. So undo, 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 redo, redo, redo. Cool. So it's rolling the antennas the same way. So that'll be good for save data, just making sure these buildings roll the same way every time based on their ID. I'm getting to a point where I should maybe put together an actual building and not the gray box, but I don't know. I'm kind of tempted just to keep using these until I figure out a few other things. Look at that, antennas. Just my daily toying with photo mode. Probably getting to the point where I should add some more filters in here. Okay, cool. Well, things are moving quickly here, so maybe it's time to attempt the billboards. I'm just debating with the billboards how that's gonna work actually, because right now I think super dumb. Yeah, they're super dumb in that the way the materials work is a little messy. Like it's just these series of game objects when it should be done the other way. It should be one game object with a bunch of material references, I think. But I also feel like if I made like a hollow ad service or something, grid game service, I don't think does anything. Yeah, because eventually I want images to be brought in as PNGs and I want them to be turned into materials. And they get added to a hollow ad service, and then the hollow ads get random images from that service, which would allow players to put their own hollow ads in the game, which would be cool. Makes me wonder what this was doing. Hmm. Hmm. just thinking through a few things here on how these billboards are going to work. I think maybe I'll just start out by testing them as usual proc bits. I just think the only other thing that'll need to happen is an elevation check. Like, I don't want one to spawn like half in the ground, you know? So I think they need to have some sort of minimum elevation to trigger. So there's sort of multiple levels of checks that they need to pass. And then the final check will be if they've been activated by the light tool. So, man, I could have sworn I built a tile, like I built a hollow advertisement service of some kind. Where am I? Hang on, game services. No, I didn't. Unless it, wait, it's not in like game services, is it? It should just be like boring stuff. Not like buried in the system service, is it? Oh, you know what? I think it was in the tile theme that I ended up taking out. Okay, so hang on. How was that tile theme being brought in? Yeah, I think it used to be in this. So it was in the scriptable object before I moved it into XML. And I don't really want to build that into XML yet because it's... Or actually, do I just want to put that in XML? No, I think I'm just going to keep it here for now. Yeah, because I feel like I will spend the rest of the day just getting the XML config laid out the way that I want. Yeah, I think I'm just going to just rough it in the scriptable object for now with the plan to do that later. Yeah, I want to bring in, there's one of my tiles here. Let's see what one of these looks like. Yeah, it's gonna complain about stuff. I mean, this one's gonna have to tilt back a little bit, but it's fine. And let's I don't know, turn all these off and fashion 5. I also debating if I need to go back and redo some of these, but okay, so let's see. So yeah, would this just be a full thing? Oh right, these should attached. Wait, what tile is this? Oh, I attached them to the wrong tile. That's what's going on. So wait, which tile are you? Oh, it does not like that. Whoops. Well, that was a little dumb. Of course, it's going to destroy them the second it switches to the mid-tier building. Okay, well, let's just get all the materials into some sort of configuration. The problem is there's not one consistent size, so I need some sort of... I could have sworn I built like a size enum at one point. I'm gonna be back in 1 second. Okay, so actually, I'm gonna hold off on doing the billboards for just 1 more minute. There's actually another sort of subsystem of general rock bits that I need to think about here. So let's go set this up. So I actually have other procedural bits on the buildings that should need to account for elevation. Just trying to think how I want those to. So I think let's go into candidate. Maybe let's add a public float minimum elevation, which also means probably want to do this. I want to do candidate active decorations. Active decorations, new list. This will be decoration candidates count, length rather, and this actually does just become again. Otherwise, this. So candidates.gameObject set active true. Active decorations add candidates. I want a list of just the candidates in use, because I'm gonna get in a situation now where a candidate will have been selected, but it won't be at the right elevation. So that needs to be in a list of, like, I need a list of things to update when the elevation changes, which I don't know. We'll see. And then otherwise it's just going to do candidate game object set active false. Could potentially even delete it. I mean destroy it. Maybe just set active false is better for now. Okay, so public void on tile moved. Tile asset is its world position will reflect the right elevation. So for each our candidates in active for every decoration in active decorations. Actually, I should probably do an elevation check here as well. Active decorate or candidate game object that transform position dot y is greater than candidate minimum evaluation that actually just take. Still, we want it added to the list even though it fails. So then I can switch it for each decoration actions. I guess also public pool has minimum elevation. It's false. Decoration. If decoration has minimum elevation, do that. Otherwise, continue. If candidate has minimum elevation, otherwise just candidate game object set active true, else oh wait, I need to hook up something. On tile moved, so let's go back to the dynamic set. Actually has a preference. Wider tile elevator. I think I need to move this to tile container. I just need to move these delegates. I think they all need to be just on the container. Tile. Container. Container. Probably a few other places that need that changed. Actually, it only needs to happen on elevation change, but I'll come back. Container. Okay. So going back to the tile asset on tile elevation changed. So, dynamic asset. asset. Yeah, I need to do private tile asset, current asset. I need to keep track of this. So anytime I am getting out tile asset, current asset, asset equals asset. I just need to retain a reference to that for a few reasons. Asset. Otherwise, current asset is null. So this needs to update dynamic asset. This whole thing, update asset. New prefab. Smooth. Current asset dot on file elevation change. Okay, I'm just going to do this with a cube start. So let's go back to tile resource. So do elevation 2, and let's give this just a 3D cube. Do it about there. More here. As minimum elevation of. I'm checking the. I'm checking the candidate's transform position, so it'll be its center. So I'm just gonna size this down and get rid of the box collider. So I would say, hang on, what is this? 0 has to be greater than 1.6. Sure. 1.26. And maybe let's just give this something emissive so I can see it. Okay, so what I'm hoping to see here is I'm going to make this tile, and as I drag it up, the box I just made should only spawn into existence when I've dragged it up a certain amount. I'm actually going to turn this up to 1 just to force everything to render no matter what. All compiler errors. What? Elevator dot. Oh, this is container. It's weird. It's weird that it didn't give me that error before. Okay. Yeah, so we should see this red square pop into existence when it's at a certain elevation. Okay. Oh. What's going on? Container. Oh, what? I got a feeling that's gonna be a problem in a few different places. So up. No. that just my own? I've done something going on here. Let's look at this tile. Elevation 3, elevation 2. Cube is there. It's turned off. Its elevation is. Oh, but wait, that's it's. That's its local position. Okay, hang on. I think I just need to lower this because I think the configuration on the tile is set up a little differently. So let's put it near the top. Up there. So it needs to be taller than, yeah, 1. Something like that. Oh, a little bit of a jump there. Oh, that jump makes sense, right? Okay, so. Oh, wait. It's not good. There's like a frame there where it pops in. If the candidate has a minimum minimum elevation, okay, so actually, wait, am I doing this? Am I doing this? Dynamic asset. Why is that popping in for just a single frame? Like, it almost looks like it's just there until it realizes what its elevation is. So maybe it's just... No, but like I'm doing an elevation check on startup. If it has minimum elevation, otherwise just turn it on. Like, this should be fine. And yeah, I'm using its world position, so let me just see what's going on here. Debug log, give me this position. Because there's only going to be one. There's only one little box that has this on. So this should not be okay. So yeah, it's getting that first frame at 2.6. Oh, wait a minute. Like, this pop in, pop out makes sense because these are different meshes. So there it is coming in. It's on, off, around. It's just this, like, it's going, when the new asset gets popped in, it's almost like it spawns but has a moment before it realizes it's at an incorrect elevation. This is not making sense. Or it's just maybe doing an elevation change before. Hang on. I'm gonna see if it still pops in. That might help isolate the problem. Hi, Mike. I see you. Okay, so that's still popping in. And it's, oh, wait a minute. It's firing initialize every time. Okay, so I think this should not be happening here. Actually, not happening there. It's just if current asset is not equal. So if the asset is changed, then we want to do these things. But regardless, we want to move on. This doesn't make sense. If, yeah, this should already be checking if the asset is this should already check if it's doing an asset swap and it's moving the element with the new elevation data, and then it should do an elevation change. So let me just take that out for now. Let's put this back to the way it was, because by the time it gets here, it's already like, no, this is not the same asset, so let's load a new one. So at this point, I already know this is a new asset. Why? So I think the question is right now, why is it firing? Why is it firing initialize multiple times? Yeah, like it should be firing this initialize once. Still like that pop in there, but like it shouldn't be looping that debug log, right? It's where did I put that? It's in initialize decoration. Why is initialize being called every frame? I mean, this might actually be a good catch, as if it was doing this every frame, then something is fundamentally wrong here. Like it wasn't destroying it and recreating it every time. Jeez, let's just make sure it's not doing that. Destroy. Oh no. Okay, what's going on here? So what's basically happening is it's destroying and recreating every single time. Like every frame it's moved, it's actually like destroying and respawning the tile it's being operated on, which is bad. So hang on, let's do another. So new prefab. I'm just trying to understand why it's like you should return out of this if the element is the same. So it means these are not ever lining up. All right. Is it because I never actually, wait, I never set this, do I? Current prefab address. Yeah, it's just the one usage. Okay, that explains it. So this is if current, let's get rid of this, current view. I mean, I guess I only want to replace this if it actually loads. So I think doing it there. So I think that should do it. Let me just, do I still have the debug log in here? So now I should not see this repeating every frame. There we go. The problem is it's the wrong height. So it's almost like it's like getting a frame in before it does the moving of the. I mean, if it's doing an asset swap, maybe I should just leave it for yeah. Sorry, maybe I should just leave it for the elevation check, like the on tile elevation change. So just turn it off. Go back to this. Back to the dynamic asset. Make this happen again. That's better. And let me just do one more sanity check here, just to make sure this is not hammering away way too many more frames than it should. Initialize. I can spell initialize. Oh wait, no, this is wrong. File asset. Asset. Initialize. Elevation change. Yeah, let's just make sure nothing crazy is still happening here. I mean, that is supposed to be repeating. It's just want to make sure it's one initialize, and I think these other initializes are just from the asset swap. This should do like initialize and initialize when I come back down. Okay, I think that works. That was an adventure. So now let's actually put in something interesting. Like a helipad. Let's get rid of you. And let's go into here. You. But I want to unpack you, because this is an old prefab and don't want some of the stuff on here. Okay. Cockpits. All this other helipad. So helipad, let's get this somewhere that makes sense. Like here. And let me just see if this particle system still works. cats there. That's it. Where's the particle? I could have sworn I just saw it. Okay, well, we'll see what it does in game. So this needs to be hooked up to this again. Minimum elevation 1, because we don't want it half in the ground. Let's save you. Go back here. Try it out. Okay. There it is. And it's popping in and out. Oh, but the particle system needs to think a little bit differently. This is, well, or does it? Because here's the problem. Like, I need to change it from world to local space. But if it's in local space, it's going to like move with the building, which is also going to look awkward. I don't know. Actually, I think it needs to be with the local space, or the local object space. So changing this to local. Save this. Go back. Come on. I mean, this may be the world's way to tell me I need to go back and look at how that's working. And well, I guess it just needs to stay with it. I think that looks better than a particle stuck in space. I guess it's a bit unnatural, but cool. So now this becomes an interesting, like, design question. Like, what happens when I do this? Should it get rid of those rock bits? Should it get rid of those helipads if these buildings are overlapping? I mean, I guess that goes for the antenna as well. Oh, right. It's not gonna... It's a bit awkward. It's not gonna highlight the underlying proc bit things with the delete tool. I want to fix this while I'm at it. Delete tile state. Transport position. This needs to be faster. guess the only other way I could do this is with a material swap. Sorry, just what I'm musing on is this delete tool does a wireframe highlight, but it's only going to do it for the main tile piece. It's not going to do it for any of these like little decorations, which I call proc bits. So I'm not sure that matters or not. Another way to do it might be some sort of shape thing, like where's on tile, big tile. Like if I need to add the cursor lock back in so I can test some of these. Okay, that gives me a little bit of help. So what if I made this a shape? A sphere actually, and I want to just like scale this. Maybe I can match the scale from the collider, so this, like, otherwise I just like, oh, make sure it's basically a cylinder at this point. Just make sure it captures everything. But like, what I need this to do is added it. No, not added it. Multiply, perhaps. No. Color burn? No. I mean, maybe a little bit of that with less intensity. Like something like that, perhaps. So what this would look like is that. I just don't like that ring animation. It's bothering the shit out of me right now. Oh, I just stopped playback. Shit. Okay. Well, let's create, what was that, a sphere? And the sphere was scaled way up. And I made it red. Something. And I made it, I think that was linear burn. Either way, I'll be able to test it and refine it. Bring it right there. Unity Coder, good to see you. Welcome back. That looked cool. Then destruction shader effect on delete. Yeah, I've got one that I'm sitting on that just needs to be brought back in. Yeah, actually, I think I can even show it. Where's the Here's one of my tiles. Okay, so tile elevation 1. Let's just put you here. And if I go in here and swap to the destruct atlas, this good. Where are you? Yeah, there's a destruction animation here. Or a destruction shader effect that I just haven't put back in yet because the way, like, the animation timing needs to come after I've got the structural stuff in. But yeah, I'll have to apply it to the little antenna and stuff as well, but boom. Yeah, I think that'll look really cool with the new like destroy wireframey thing. I have to figure out how those two are going to go together because the wireframe stuff the wireframe effect is a little bit, it's not complete yet. Yeah, there's also a very similar construct animation. It's just different color and in the opposite direction. It's not perfect. It's not working right when you implement it because this dissolve amount and the minimum max needs to get some data about the tile first just to know where to place that split. But yeah. City Destroyer game. Yeah, I should do like the inverse. Like it just loads up a city and you get to flatten it. Okay. Let's get back to the task at hand. Which is... need to make this a little bit highlight zone. Step into the highlight zone. It's weird that shapes doesn't have just a cylinder. I mean, I guess the sphere gives me more or less that if I extrude it or if I scale it. Just gonna turn this on. So I can tweak some of this color stuff. Yeah, like it actually could be kind of cool with the destroy effect. I could time it with a bit of an animation here just to really obliterate the shit out of it. Yeah, I guess somewhere in there. Just copy this color and paste it back in. And let me just see if I can bring this ring animation in a cubic out cubic maybe. Oh god, I'm out of music. No, not this. I want like progressive techno, not dub techno. All right, we'll try this. I think I'm just gonna kill this like little ring effect. It's not working. And I've got to go back and refactor some of the visuals on these tools once this is done. All right. Well, it's something. Sure is something. I mean, it would be nice to get like the red wireframe effect on the little antenna and stuff, but at least this is masking it a little more. Like at least it's giving it a bit of a red tint. Except for the emissive. Nothing else that... There's no other blend type that makes sense here. Actually, that's a little better. Because then I can go to the, actually, hang on, let me just copy that. Drop that in before I forget. Because then I can go to the wireframe shader and make some adjustments. Boom. Turn me back on at the old position. Yeah, let's go to the wire. What's the delete? I think it's delete tile. Adjust these a little bit. Yeah, I don't need that. Oh wait, that's the... Oh, there's the line. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, alpha's reversed, which I think I knew. Smoothness. Well, it's not perfect, but I think the doing the material swaps on all the little decorations is just gonna be a pain in the ass, like for a very minor effect. This feels good. There is a bit of Z fighting I need to look at. Maybe I'll do right now. Can I change the depth test? Can't remember. Depth. Fade. I can't nudge the depth test at all. I mean, I guess I could just make it. What does always look like? Actually, hang on. Let's undo that. Equal. Pop this down here. See what it looks like in action. Pop you up. Delete. Okay, so if this is always. Yeah, now it's gonna. Wait a minute, I'm not saving this. Saving this less. Well, now I don't even know if I need to have the wireframe anymore. Yeah, I don't even know if I need to have this wireframe effect. I think now that I've got this sorted, it look is good. And I'm already dealing with like Z fighting. If I can't nudge it, like basically what I want to be able to do is nudge it like the same way that I do the sorting in depth nudge on the shapes graphics. Game development, man. Out. It feels like a lot. Feels like a lot. I mean, this is kind of cool in a glitchy, abstract kind of way. Not that the like, that. But it's still like these are pure black, so it's. Whoops. That's weird. The UI didn't start up. I'm so tempted to put that destroy animation back in right now. That's weird. I guess that makes sense. Building the ground level buildings seemed to not match what I was expecting. Like, bring this down. Bring this down. There's density coming back. Like when I drag that up. Huh. It feels like it's not combining the density values of these two buildings properly. Because it's weird, like if you raise it, which suggests more density, but the low-lying buildings go away. I guess that just might be a possibility in like the continuum. Like the continuum of density, because yeah, like it's, hang on, it's got shops down here. Okay, so I think that's just the way it's configured. That's not an actual bug. Just this prefab continuum has sort of like it's possible for it to be like shops, lower density is shops, and then whatever. So that's why it's going like nothing here. Raise it up. Shops pop up. More shops pop up. No, wait. Like I go to the bottom, shops are here. I raise it up, they go away. Then I raise it up more. So I think it's going lower density, the shops, then higher density, it goes to this one, which has no shops, and then it goes to shops at the top. So I think it's behaving normally. It's just I've done a trash configuration. Not trash, just past configuration. Well, I guess it's good to have the wireframe as well, because you get in situations like this where they're side by side, and at least it identifies which one you're operating on. So I need to think about how the hollow add stuff is going to work. So I think I need to build a service that serves up all the potential materials, which I think needs to be a collection that includes their size. So the question is, do I standardize the sizes? I guess I have to. So the hollow sizes would be like 1x1, 1x2, 2x4, 4x2, like, or maybe it just needs to be like small, vertical, horizontal. ribbon, like maybe less like unit sizes and more proportions. It's an interesting question. Like, I guess proportions still matter. Like, an image that makes sense on a big billboard may not make sense on a big billboard of the same proportions but a smaller size. Like, because then the text will get like be all kind of sub-pixely nonsense. So yeah, I think it's gonna be, yeah, like 2x4, 1x1, stuff like that. Okay. So I think this is going in tile something. Tile, what did I call this? Tile manifest. So I'm gonna make this live here for now, because I think ultimately I want to set up like a XML configuration of some kind. An XML, like a manifest of all the potential images, but that's sort of another problem to come later, because I'm gonna have to set up some import scripting of the PNGs to turn them into textures. At least as a user, I wouldn't want to start cropping images to correct sizes, just want to dump. Also GIFs. Yeah, GIFs would be... Actually, I don't even know how that would work, because I guess the GIF would have to be imported and it would have to do like a sprite sheet animation. Actually, yeah, that's interesting. Hang on. Just Unity import GIF to texture. Yeah, you need to convert them into an atlas, which is gonna probably have a bunch of restrictions on it. Like just in terms of the number of frames and... Hang on. Has someone solved this problem? Okay. GIF import. Yeah, I mean, I guess it comes down to like how much do I want to put guardrails up for the user? No results for GIF input. So there's a GitHub repo, GitHub Unity GIF, or I guess it does it. Well, no, it needs to be Unity because it needs to be turned into some sort of texture. GIF import. Yeah, so I guess this is turning it into a sprite sheet of sort of animation thing. Yeah, that would be cool. But yeah, like even just putting the GIF problem aside, like I'm gonna have a billboard mesh that already has like some built-in proportions. So I guess I would have to add some sort of like internal cropping logic when it builds the textures. Oh yeah, this was what? MIT license? Perfect. Yeah, because it's going to need a bunch of stuff to like proportionally crop the images. So I don't know. Maybe it's like there's two modes for it. Like you can do the like the sort of level one, which is the way I'm probably going to do it, which is I'm probably going to set up an XML file as like a manifest of like, here's the PNG image or GIF maybe, and here's like it. This is a 2x4, and I'll like do all that cropping and stuff, and it uses that manifest to assign. Or you can just drop a bunch of images in, and if it doesn't see a manifest, it will just treat them all as like universal. Like it will, like if I just have a banner, I'll just pull a random image and crop that banner to it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how much control to give the user here. I'm also like hesitant just to overthink it too much because it's going to be like for the demo, it's like an Easter egg feature that we'll probably tell streamers and influencers about, and that's it. And anything in that scenario, it's okay if it's maybe a little more, or actually, maybe instead of it being like a rigid manifest where like I have to do a text file and say this PNG is 2x4 or whatever, maybe that could just be folder based. Like you drop it in the 2x4 folder, so you can sort of build the manifest from the folder structure a little bit. So you still have that ease of dropping stuff in, but you can at least configure it in a way that's not annoying, and you don't have to dick around in like an XML file. Because like the XML file is like great for like the mod support in the future. I just kind of want to have a dumb like low effort Easter egg for this first version. That helipad is removing, right? Yeah, it's popping out. For some reason I was like, wait, did I actually test and see if this was doing the minimum elevation thing? Okay. Yeah, this is interesting. So, okay, I mean, the folder PNG import will come later. Like, I'm not going to write any configuration stuff for this, like, no text-based serialized configuration for this yet. I'm basically just drop a material list into the theme manifest scriptable object. And I think that'll be a dictionary of the material and then a size enum, and then down the road I can use that size enum, like I can use the folder names to assign what enum it is. Yeah, I don't know, like how does that sound? Like instead of it being full text config, you can still drop it in, but at least like you can put it in folders to tell it like what kind of image it is, because my worry is if it's just like this universal like drop in all your images, they're potentially going to go, even if they're cropped correctly, they're going to go to a bunch of billboards in ways that may not make sense. Like if I have like a portrait image and then like a banner style like billboard, it's going to like crop it nicely, but this is going to be focused on like the middle section, which may not make sense for that image. So at least if it's folders, you can sort of say like, here's my landscapes, here's my portrait ones, and you can sort of sort them at least a little bit without going full text config mode. I think that makes sense to me. I also really need to add a camera elevation tool here. Doesn't make sense anymore just to have this roll, or this pitch, I mean. Its time of day is completely broken too. Oops. Yeah, I need to do a pass on some of this. Where that fog height takes a second to kick in. Filter. Anyways. Okay, so... Oh, good. I just noticed that it keeps the tool when it switches back from photo mode, which is nice. Okay, so I think... Let's actually do some work here. I think what I want to do is... Where is this theme manifest? Data... Let's call this... I keep going back and forth on names for these. The holo ads, the billboards, just the ads. I'm gonna say billboard side. Like, no, I don't like that either. Billboard like just collides with like the particle billboard naming. Ad size. Actually, this is it's been enum. So we're gonna have just like one by one. Oh, but it doesn't. Enums, right? One by one. One by two. By two. Two. No, I like by better. 2 by 1. Uh, 4 by 1. 4. I don't know how many different sizes I want. 1 by 1. 2. 2 by 1. 4 by 1, or maybe 2 by 2. Not crazy about this, but we'll start here. Add size, add texture. What's this gonna be? This is gonna be this is gonna be a material, add material size pair. Oh no, wait, I don't need this. Or wait, I do need this. Because I can't serialize the dictionary. I guess I don't need the dictionary. I'll just have a collection of these and do some link to get a list of materials with the right size. Okay, so material and then add size. Okay, so let's go to the manifest. Do I want this I'll make it public. Why not? Yeah, so public, what did I just call these? Add material. Add list. How do I get this manifest? There's definitely like a theme service. Where did I do that? Great theme service. Okay, so it does have the theme manifest. Okay, so I think here I want to material get random add by size, add size. I don't know if I want to weight these, like make some with a higher chance or not. Might be the weirdest deja vu. Like I feel like I've built this before, but I don't see it anywhere. Anyways, so candidates equals theme manifest. Wait, what did I manifest? Add list where x size equals size 2 turn candidates. Wait, yeah, candidates dot get random. Wait, what? Why do you not like that? No, random dot material. Sure. Okay, so that'll get me the random add. So I'm gonna need like a add handler on the other side. So yeah, this is gonna be a, maybe I'll make just a namespace for this called decorations. Or is it a helper? Okay. Let's add random add handler. Mono behavior. I guess this needs. Wait, does the tile container has nothing injected? Or wait a minute, getting this. There's a pre-initialize. I don't think I'm injecting this to the container, so I can't. Okay, well, it gets the grid. Sorry, I'm just thinking through how this works with the dependency injection, because I don't think the tiles have their dependencies injected right now. Because I think if I go to grid handler, I mean, maybe there's a chance for me to change it right now. Yeah, it just no, wait, that's the ground tile. Where's the actual create tile? Oh no, it does. It is instantiating through the container, through the dependency injection container. Cool. Okay. So then I should be able to do this grid theme service. And this should be able to serialize field, private render the render. And I also want to do a add size. So I think this needs initialize. Just needs to get an initialize from the tile asset. There's going to be a list there. That way I don't have to do a get component in children lookup. So initialize, which is going to basically new service, var new material. Actually, let's var void update add material. Actually, this is cool because then I can also run like just a timer to like pull a new one down and like fade the old one out. Yeah, I can have ads not just be one thing, and I can integrate all kinds of logic. Like I could do like, actually it's kind of cool. I could do an ad handler that's just like a big ribbon like you see in Cyberpunk 2077 and just like scrolls up, so it can scroll up a bunch of smaller ones. That could be cool. That could be cool. New material is going to be theme service. Get random add by size, which is my side, and then the renderer dot shared material. It's going to be this new material, and so we're going to do update add material. Okay. Actually, just thinking about it again, there's kind of, yeah, I do think there's going to be just a 2-tier for the add mod support. Like you can drop a bunch of files in a folder and you can do a XML config, because depending on the art, you really need to like tweak some of the emissive light settings. Like every add material I've made, I needed to like adjust and tweak. So I think being able to bring like an emissive value in from an XML config would be useful for power users. It's weird thinking about my game having power users, but it's kind of where we are. Okay, so I think I'm just hooking that up now. Let's maybe just make a cockpits. Let's start putting in some test ads here. So ads. Let me just grab a material. Where's the old ones? Let's do. I like that one. Okay, let's just make sure it serves up one ad first. Ooh, 2x4. Did I add that to the enum? 2x4. Well, I guess that's just 1x2. I think that's fine. Change this. 1x2. Go here. Add list. Put this in. 1x2. I mean, I guess I could add just an editor tool here just to like look for this 1x2 or whatever and match that up to the enum, but I think it's fine for now. Okay, so let's go to one of my buildings, and what am I doing? Elevation 2. Okay. And let's I just want to grab this and bring it in, and let's unpack it. This is an old prefab. I want to rebuild this. I want to keep the particle. I want to get rid of the subset. I want to get rid of whatever this was. And oh no, wait, I need the subsets. I need one of these. I want the particle. I want to get rid of this and this. I guess it have nothing on it. Okay. Just a test. The billboard right there. Oh, right. The mesh is just a quad. I'm not doing the clipped corners. I'm doing that with a mask on the shader. Right. Don't need that anymore. Okay, so I'll prefab this later. But I just remembered I need to add a tile asset. I need to add a sorry, just realizing I need to think about some inheritance things here. Candidate. Maybe let's just simplify. Candidate. Add candidate. Okay, there's some redundancy here, but this needs to be. What does this need to be? This needs to be the add or random add handler, which I will probably need to abstract into something later. Abstract into something at some point. And we'll call this the add handler. Yeah, minimum elevation, we still want that. That's all good. For each candidate. Add candidates. I get to do this whole thing again. Initialize decorations. Initialize ads. Add candidates. Probability, decoration amount. Ooh, do I want the decorations to be like? I'm gonna do this separately. Add amount. I want separate sliders for how many ads and how many decorations there are. Add amount, candidate, as minimum elevation. This feels a little sloppy. Actually, it's gonna do this no matter what. And this also needs to be active ads. I just want to keep track of those. Active ads. Add handler initialize. No matter what, otherwise. I could just delete them. Oh, except I'm going to be coming back through this again because the whole like light brush is going to have to interact with this a little bit. So I don't want to set them active. This is actually going to need positions probably, but candidate add handler game object set active. And initialize ads. On tile elevation change. I should put these into methods, but not right now. Active ads. not amazing, but I'll take it. The other thing I'm kind of worried about, I guess, is should ads be probing in front of them to make sure the way is clear? I guess not. Not for now, at least. Okay, so let's see how we're doing here. Let's just crank this up for now. Let's do. Yeah. This needs my new random ad handler. This is 2x1. No, wait, 1x2. The renderer is here. I can hook up this particle later. Actually, I'll be able to prefab this in a bit. This works. And I want to just put this here. I could probably get ads. What did I say? This minimum elevation 1. I could probably add a get ads button here. Let me just fix this and make sure it works. Okay. So I think I've hooked everything up. So what should happen is, oh wait a minute, still a thing. Oh, because I killed one of these. Okay, so what I'm hoping to see is I place a tile. It should always be spawning the ad based on the density. I should just see it. There should be a material there with my ad on it. If that is there, then it's getting it from the theme service, which is what I want. Okay. Fail to perform something. Okay. What do you not like? For each ad in active ads. That's probably because of that. That's a classic me issue. Forgetting to initialize the list. Whoa, something jumped. Okay. Just for the sake of a little bit of testing here, I'm just going to switch this to... Actually, no, I'm going to leave that, comment it, and I'm just going to make the only other tile asset. Okay, so there's something funky going on there. And what is it? Random ad handler. Update ad material. Is it not? Oh, wait a minute. The tile gets instantiated from the container, but does the asset itself? Well, hang on. Let's go to the container. This is public, so I should be able to go to a container. Sorry, it's a bit of a confusing naming thing. The container is not the dependency container. This container inject. Okay. Container, instantiator, instantiate, prefab resource. Okay, I think this should just be able to plug right in. Okay, let's just copy that, paste that. Whoa, why don't you like that? Resource better. Oh, it's okay, so I think that should get me this. The problem is just this is not being injected on instantiation. The tile gets an injection, but the tile asset that's dynamic does not. But it does now. It does now. So hopefully that kills that null ref. Nope. It's even worse now. Object extensions. What's... Okay, well maybe instead of that, let's just confirm that's actually what's going on now that I think about it. Like, does it get injected at all? I think. Why is it? My router settings are being finicky lately. Just if the theme service equals null. Debug log. Let's see if it actually gets it eventually. This dumb experiment. So it's not being injected at all. Does the tile container get the theme service? It is strange that, like, this should just... Or, no, wait a minute, sorry. I missed a step. Current active object. So now this shouldn't matter. Okay, so I think that I should have looked at that error that was coming up a little more closely. I think that should, okay, there we go. Hey, hey. Okay. All right. So let's test this. I mean, I need to turn the bloom down on it big time, but let's just do like another, let's start fashion 3. Where is that? Fashion 3. Sure. Cool. Amazing. So let's go back to the manifest. And again, this is going to be an XML config thing later. Fashion 3. Where's that? 1x2, same size. So we should see well, actually, so sorry, what I'm thinking about here is just serving this up like randomly, random from array might suck. Like it might feel weird. And what I actually want to do is make a list and pull from the list until it's empty. And then I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to do that because I'm thinking about it. Private material size pair. Actually, no, this is going to be a list. Add list pool. Okay, so get. Where did I do this? No, I'm doing this in the wrong spot. This should be in the grid theme service. Okay, so this is going to that. And okay, so if the add list pool equals null, actually, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and initialize this. New list length. Add pool. If add pool count equals 0, add pool equals manifest dot add list to list, and cool. Add pool dot remove candidate. Wait, I need to do a stop it. Put candidates dot get random. Remove detail. Output dot material. Okay. Yeah, so that means it needs to go through the entire add list before it starts serving up repeats. Otherwise, I don't know, it's just not gonna feel random, I guess. Or is that gonna feel too predictable? Yeah, that pull up count. Okay. If random range 0, 1 is greater than 0.5. So there we go. If it's empty, or there's a 50-50 chance it'll replenish. So there might be a little bit of repeating, but not often. I don't know, I feel like if it's just replenishing the whole list before cycling back, that also feels a bit unnatural. Okay. Boom. Wee. Boom. Wee. Boom. Wee. Wee. Sweet. And is this the shared material or is it an instance? Love it. And this one too. I think I have a shader randomizer I need to add to here too, just to get the offset like a little different, just so not everything is like pulsing at the same rate. That's cool though. I'm not just zooming in on our bomb, I'm just looking at the dotting. So there's sort of like this alpha clipping pattern that will go away when the camera's far enough. So it's actually, those dots aren't there when you're up this far. It also turns down the bloom when you're up close, which is nice. Yeah, I can change the dotting. Ooh, actually the squares are cool. Oh no, wait, that's in the texture. I didn't realize. That's a bit much. And this should be disappearing, reappearing, disappearing, reappearing. Cool. Ooh, when you go out, maybe it's faded a little much. I think I actually need to add a control for bloom at range, because I think it's pulling it down too much when we're out here. Oh, except is that particle? No, it's in local space. Okay. Well, that's exciting. Getting some ads back in the game, and need to get them hooked up to some real buildings. Just making sure this works with undo and redo. Seems to. Wait a minute, what the heck? I think I know why that's happening. I think it's just when you... Yeah, let's go all the way back. I think when it's... No, it's just... I think the undo just must not be triggering the on elevation changed for the new tile, like, decorators. Actually, I want to go to the tile quickly. Mission 1. Decoration amount. Let's turn this down. Okay. So I think this is just... Yeah, when it's... When it's playing back an elevation change, I guess it's just not triggering the hollow boards to recalculate. Like if I go and do an elevation, it pops back in. I guess it's just a bug to fix another time. Yeah, I think I'm pretty content just to let the collision stay the way it is, like just not do anything with it. Like I think it just leaves a lot of creative possibilities for players to kind of like make these like Frankenstein buildings. Sick. Take a picture right there. Cool. That was a really cool moment for me. Just like seeing the ads back in the game and just how quickly you can like fill in the city now is so cool. There's a little bug here I need to fix. If you mouse over the toolbar while you're rotating, it goes away. This doesn't get high enough. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I do think I need to add like a camera elevation tool in here now that it's the panning has changed a little bit. Like you can't, like I can't just drag it this way. Like I can't drag. Like I want to move the camera up. But I should be able to fix that. Oh yeah, it's paused. Oh, it's so static. Planning to have some presets to use it to save load. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting design problem I've been thinking about on this screen as well. Like if you go back to like edit mode, should things like filters carry over? Like I'm actually wondering if this is more like a world settings thing. Like this all stays after you go back, and it's not so much photo mode. It's like world, like atmosphere edit mode and like explore mode, and then like just tile editing mode. Like I don't know if that makes sense, but. Yeah, sorry, it is a little annoying, like, when you leave and come back, these settings are lost. So I do think there needs to be some save load preset thing going on. Probably not for the Steam demo, but I agree. Yeah, I need to add the shader shuffle, because like these all pulse at the same rate. If I think change the offset here, they're pulsing at different rates a little bit. I think no, they're still the same. I'll have to look at that. That seems to have broken. Having way too much fun with just messing around with this. I need to do a bit of a rework on some of this. Like the ranges have changed with some of the look settings, so this is like kind of broken. I also like to have swappable lens dirt types. Like right now it's using like my glitch arty stuff, but actually, if I pitch this up, what'll it do? It's still rolling around an awkward point. Hmm. Anyways, I think I'm getting to the end of the stream here. It's been, oh man, it's been an insanely productive day. I'm really happy with today. Got antennas, like randomly generated antennas, like working. Like wasn't hard, but they're just back in. Rotation tools, working with undo redo now. What else do we do? What else did we do? Oh yeah, we got the hollow ads back in, and got a bit of a structure in place to do random ads. And yeah, I've got some art stuff together. I'm just providing I'm just cleaning up some art lists so I can start actually putting these getting rid of these ugly monoliths and putting real buildings back in. So yeah, thank you for hanging out today. Unity Coder, if you're still here, good to see you again. Eli, if you're still here, good to see you again. And yeah, if you're lurking, I can see there's a few people lurking. I've been working on Dystopika. It's a just relaxed cyberpunk city builder toy. We're making lively, dynamic cyberpunk cities very quickly and just enjoying those Blade Runner vibes. And it's hopefully coming to Steam Next Fest with a demo. So that's primarily what I'm working on right now. Follow the channel. I'm pretty much doing live streams every weekday right now. And wishlist the game so you know when there's a demo out. Thanks again for hanging out. Oh, and we have a Discord community where I'm actually talking, I'm asking a lot of questions about how to implement some of these tools and getting feedback. And it's been really helpful. So if you're interested in the game and helping me steer it a little bit, feel free to drop by. So, yeah, thanks again. Oh, sorry, must have an FBX export option later. Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. Like, I know, I guess it's like, what's the FBX export for? Like, is that just because you want to bring it into like 3D, like some other 3D software and edit? Because a lot of like what makes the look is like light and fog and Unity stuff that won't be in the FBX. GLTF, yeah. I guess, yeah, it's just like a question of like what you want to use it for. Because I know Townscaper has an OBJ, or I think it has an OBJ export. It has some sort of geometry export so you can 3D print it. I don't know enough about 3D printing to know if what I export will be useful, but yeah, you're not the first person to ask about that. So it's definitely like on my mind a little bit, but I think it's like after everything else is settled. I think that's like a post-release, like surprise kind of feature drop. But yeah, it's a good suggestion. Thank you. Anyways, yeah, I'm taking off. It's the end of my day here in Bali. But yeah, thank you so much for a productive day. Check it out on Steam. Join the Discord community. Follow the channel. All these things are great. And having a great time with you guys hanging out and working on this. Peace.